Hello. It is time. Alright. So I think the first thing I'm doing today, actually, instead of what I said I was going to do yesterday, is... This feels really loud. One day I'll figure this out. Okay. I'm just looking at the message in case there's some reply. Alright, so I'm looking at he said he pulled 2 commits from this one. This should probably be fixed. Okay, he didn't fix it? 7 times. I mean, okay. When I made this, there's like the option. Yeah, allow Edison access to secrets by minute. So this option right here, I turned that on. I was like, I'll let him. I shouldn't have let him do it. I shouldn't have let him do it. So he said, all right, read his messages. He said, my branch is in much better shape now and I have first 2 commits. So I don't know what the first 2 commits are. I'm going to be honest. He probably means these. For the third, I have implemented the distance check fix. I'm assuming that's a radius. And changed vector 3 to vector 2. I assume that means he used vector 2 instead of vector 2i, which he should have used vector 2i, but whatever. I'll complain, but whatever. Say, can you please do a separate commit for the data structure optimization? So I don't know what that means. Was it the store instance data by cell location? So here's the problem. If he didn't use vector 2i, I'm gonna have a serious problem. Because the reason I chose vector 2i is because they are integers. 1 is very different from 2. Floats are not that way, right? When you hash them, they're a bit weird. 2.0 is not the same as 2.4 zeros and a 1. That's why I wanted to use integers, because those two would be the same number. You can't, with floats, there's some wishy-washiness. You can say 2 is also 1 point and a bunch of 9s. You can say it's 2.0 and a bunch of zeros and then followed by a 1 or a 3 or whatever. But they would be fundamentally different. They have fundamentally different bits. If he didn't use vector 2i, I'm going to be upset. Which I'm assuming that because he didn't type vector 2i, that he's not using vector 2i. Which means when I changed the layout of this, which I'm going to try to find it. This, I guess, this thing, it should need the cell position to be a vector 2i. Right. So I don't know what he's got right now. So I'm gonna have to literally start over because he's done like so many weird pushes here. Or let's see. So took both of those. Improve instance collision. Ordering of shape data and body set shape. So I guess I gotta look at this one. He said he implemented it himself. He used vector 2. Well, here's the fortunate thing. I can make it a vector 2i. I'm going to do that. This needs to be a vector 2i. Needs to be. Needs to be. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna start over. I'm fine doing that. Also, this was like 3 days ago, 2 days ago now. Yesterday and the day before. 2 days ago. He said he wanted to get done 2 days ago. I wasn't on 2 days ago. And then yesterday, I only saw the message after I stopped stream. And then I was too tired to continue. So I'm doing it this morning. Hopefully he's fine with that. He's probably not. I can tell you one thing I'm not fine with. The fact that he used vector 2i, or vector 2 instead of vector 2i. That's like nuts. Anyway. Let's look it over. I am on branch instance collision. This is my custom one. Let me take a look at the log. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I am going to... I am going to like start over, right? So he said these two commits got in there. Or no. These two commits got in there. I think the radius one he put in there. This is just not even a change. So it should be that one and some other stuff. I'm going to submit it again with vector 2i. I'm doing it. Okay. Can I go auto? I can probably do auto now. No. I wonder if I can like drop contrast actually. No, that doesn't do what I thought it would do at all. That's like a really weird digital contrast or something. Okay. Seems like wow. I'm gonna tag him. I think the locations are stored in integer vectors. They shouldn't be global positions. Similar to how regions are stored. This allows for those structure and calculation optimizations. I will continue. I will implement this as you asked, and assume integer vectors were intended. And I'll say this, otherwise the code would have a lot of pointless vertex spacing and division. As it would be factored in for storage, but always factored back out. Okay. Okay, so I need to start over. How should I do this? I guess what I will do is I'll list, whoops. What the hell? Okay, how do I delete a branch? Git branch D. Okay. I just created like 3. I just created 2 branches because I typed in the wrong thing. Okay, so I'm going to switch over to instance collision. I'm going to look at the log here. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is, apparently this is from collision instance collision. So I'm going to get pull F. This should forcibly update this branch. I don't want to rebase. Specify how to reconcile the fast forward only? What? Oh, git pull. I think this means just taking what... Gosh, I absolutely hate the fact that I just have this bright, incredibly bright spot behind my head, behind my face. And so I have to keep going back and forth, adjusting this gain thing, because auto exposure just can't detect my face. Not possible. I don't want to. I want to. Just give me the branch. Just give me the damn branch. Give me the damn branch. Give me the damn branch. Okay. I'm gonna start kicking him out when he's doing that, man. Switch here. Oh, he's gonna walk back in there. Okay. Okay. Correct spelling. Okay, so how did I set this up before? Because I had to... yeah, this was the thing. I had to pull a specific branch from a specific repository. How did I do this? Git pull branch. No, no. Ah, it'd be okay. There it is, right? Okay, so I have fetch from there, push from there. Okay. Git fetch collision instance collision. This should give me the branch. The new version of it. Cool. Git switch instance collision. Okay. Get status. Check the log. Okay. We're in a good spot. Alrighty. Load file. Do EA. Alright, just close these. Just close it all. Alright, so hopefully, let me check that none of these... I didn't have that folder open, so I don't know why it opened back up. Okay. So I have terrain collision and this one. Alrighty. Yeah. So they said something about a meeting. I was gonna say, I wonder if like I can like join that. I probably shouldn't. I'm gonna have to do some additional custom modifications, but hopefully I can get in the stuff that I know I'm definitely gonna need. So this one, vector 2i, please. It's gotta be vector 2i's. There's just no option. I'm gonna figure out how to merge it onto mine later. But for now, this is where I'm going with it. So, snapped position. Perhaps I go look at this one. Or I guess I look at this one, and I see what changes I've made. This should have the correct base. So the references should go away. Why did it say radius? I don't know why it says radius. Why does it say radius? Okay, well it's correct here. Region size, cell size, vertex spacing. Okay. If we are in dynamic mode. Okay, this is weird. This comment went away. But that line disappeared. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense. I'll delete the comment. So vector 2i instance cells to build. All of these should just be vector 2i's. And I do need the vertex spacing for that line. So grid offset, grid position. I'll start with grid offset, I guess. And make sure that grid size, radius times 2. Adding cell size. Okay, so these should all just be vector 2i's. And this no longer needs to be checked. X minus radius, Y minus radius. Oh, it's changed to P radius instead of underscore radius. Okay. Grid position is snapped position plus the grid offset. Okay. And then I would just have region location as terrain data region location. Get rid of all that. So it would be vector 2i to vector 3. And then I need to look at terrain data, make sure this is correct. So vector 2i, get region location, vector 3. And I would do v2i. v2i, v3, grid position. Okay. It's a vector 2i. And then cell location. So I will do a check first of all. I'll write it out like this since I'm modifying it. Not. If not, What line is it? Get data, get region pointer. Okay. And then cell location, region location times cells per region. Okay, so I need this. Const int cells per region. Just copy that. So it'd be region location times cells per region. Should also be vector2i. Util, grid position, region size, vertex, spacing, all of that. And does this have that change in there? Alright, this is my change. I need to look at their change. There, yeah. I mean, I guess I can just look at it right here because I have it open. 3D util. So I think it's like really near the bottom. Yeah, so we just have the get cell. So I'll do v2i v3. The thing is, there's extra math here that's like kind of, that's actually pointless because I don't need, whatever. And then that all goes away. So I'm going to look at my change. This would just be if instance cells has continue. Well, yeah, it needs to know if we need to know this part first. We shouldn't do it in that order. So cell center, cell location plus 0.5 times cell size times vertex spacing. Very bright now. It's getting suddenly very bright. So it's vector 2 cell location plus vector 2 0.5s. Then I do F times cell size times vertex spacing. Okay. And then cell center distance to snap position is greater or is less than what? That's wrong. That's just wrong. Well, my mistake. My mistake. That was definitely my mistake. You have to cast that. It's totally pointless to do that. Also, yeah. I mean, we can write it like this. Whatever. I'll do that. If it's greater than the radius squared, continue. And then if it has the cell location, continue. Okay. And then at that point, it's just added. So if we don't have the terrain, let me actually undo. Get region, oh, okay. Do we do that twice if we have a pointer? Get region P? Let me see what that is. I mean, they just have great names, don't they? Get region... returns a reference. My favorite thing. I have to go load this to see what the implementation is because they put some of it in there and some of it is not there. Oh, unless it is here and it's at the bottom. So get region pointer or an empty reference. Okay, cool. So it'll do get region location, returning an empty reference. All right. So I can actually really just do if v2i v3. I hate it because it does this. It's gonna do this dumb thing constantly where it's like casting into and away from vector 3s. It sucks. It's so stupid. They should have just used, because literally it does get region location, which I think, yeah, just like does this. So I shouldn't be doing that. I should be doing get region. Get region is valid. Get region, region location. For the cell If the region for this cell is not loaded, skip it. This prevents building instances in unloaded terrain. Okay. So if it's not loaded, we skip it. The cells are in the radius. What cells we don't already have. Okay. I'll keep flipping back to check just in case they say, no, 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 you can't use vector 2 eyes. Okay, cool. Back here. Apparently this is still inside of... Oh, okay, so... Right. We just deleted that, so it's like only dynamic now. It's like only dynamic usage. Cool. Cool. Full collision doesn't happen anymore. Get recyclable instances. Okay. So get recyclable instances will need cell size and vertex spacing. Alright, cool. That's still in there. Though it is now vector 2 eyes instead of vector 2s. Which I'm happy to see that some of my names have stuck. Cell center will be vector 2 origin. Point 5. Times cell size times vertex spacing. Okay. Does this one have like cells per? Nope. But I will do. I will do this. And give a new line there. So if, and I'm going to flip this around. Is within our radius. I guess this should be less than or equal to skip that. Okay, and check everything. So the only thing I changed there was this append array call instead of append. Active instances array. Okay. Alright, now what's next? Get instance build data. Will again be region size, cell size, and vertex spacing. Oh. Region size, cell size, vertex spacing. And then vector 2i. Alright, so I had quite some changes here. Yeah, quite a lot of changes here. Oh, this is different. Why is it not telling me the thing? Alright, whatever. Okay, so I will apparently be needing this, so I'll go ahead and get that. So this reads that I run through the mesh count first. Yep. Mesh count, terrain, get assets, get mesh count. Just copy that. For mesh ID. So I'll do that. So now we're only checking it once per region, or once ever. Verify mesh ID is valid and has some meshes. So I guess that's probably this. So it'd be ref MA, if not valid. If not valid, do that. If not enabled, if shape count is 0. I'll give new lines here because they really should have just all be new lines. Oh, but no collision shapes, skipping, okay. Then I have my dictionary of cells. Right there. And then cell position in instance cells to build. So it should not be tabbed in. And then region location vector 2i is this calculation actually. Okay. So I delete that one. And then I guess I grab this. region get data, get region pointer with region location. If not region, so location is cell position minus that. Okay. It looks like we're doing that. So get instances. And then I would do this check. If we don't have it, we continue. Yeah, and this would really be batched up by region too. Unfortunately, it's not batched up that way, but should still be better than nothing, I guess. I'll leave a comment about that. Okay. And then from there, it looks like it should pretty much, I mean, not pretty much, but kind of unchanged. So I can just delete that, delete that. And I'll do is empty instead to keep that matched. If we don't have the cell location, we skip. Okay. It's empty, nothing. Alright. So I would have instances of blank to build. Okay, so I'm here. Our next line should be typed array transform 3D cell transforms. Make an explicit local copy of region space transforms before mutating to global. Right, so I called these G transforms. Right, so I will call this call it transforms. They call it transforms. G transform should be adding the region location times the region size times. So this is a global transform. All right. Region global offset once. So you have vector 2i region global offset. Alright, so I should probably I mean, I kind of need to look at this a little bit because I'm changing a little how this is done, or the layout of this. So Compute region global to offset once. Okay. I'll leave it as transformed X forms. And then transformed X forms. Is that how it's... We read it in, then we update the origin, and then, so this is vector 2 IV3, region size, vertex spacing, vector 2 IV3, region size, or region location, region size, vertex spacing. Transformed, resize it, XI, read it in, update that, write it back. Okay, that's good. Okay. Now, cell positions. Let me try to understand what the layout of this was. Let me try to understand this. So I said, get instance build data as mesh asset ID to the cell position, which leads to an array of global transforms. Okay? So I have a dictionary of cells, and I'm going through every cell position here for this type. So I would say, I guess this bit down here stays. So if cells is not empty, I will do that. Mesh instance build data mesh ID equals cells. I just have a bunch of empty lines for some reason. So this would actually be next cell, and this would be next mesh type. So I've computed it, and yeah, really all I'm doing is I'm adding... I now have all my transforms for this cell, so I would just do... it would just be cells, cell position equals transforms. And these would be vector 2i's. Cell position equals and all this goes away. Yeah. It was just a weird way to write this. Maybe region local? Region local transform. Global transform. This is a copy. It's always a copy. It makes a copy. I mean, I could even explicitly make it a copy. Get unused instance shapes. So I think this one's pretty short. Yep. So really it was just like this bit at the top that I really changed around. So I guess let me read and make sure that's still pretty much the same. Now it was doing this weird thing where it was making a copy and then like checking the size of it for some reason, when all it was doing was just getting a number. Okay, but all of this needs to be copied. So decomposing spare mesh ID, and then yeah, because we were taking the transforms, but there's no need to take the transforms for this. There's literally no need for that. If we have the mesh ID, there's also an extra space here. I'm gonna get rid of that. Cell data, keys. I get the typed array, and I have to do this cast, and then I add the number of transforms. Decomposing all of it. Keep count assets. And then there's this time here that should really be deleted. Unless it's actually used. Nope, time is not used, so I'm going to delete that line. If we don't... Recyclable instance. Try to decompose when none exist. Okay, I guess that's a warning. Recyclable instance. Found no more assets to decompose. Okay. Number of instances can fully decompose into shapes while leaving. And this was instances to decompose should be this minus keep count. And then nothing else changes. Okay. People gotta press enter sometimes, man. This is just too awful to look at. It's literally just a big blob of code. So the larger number between 0 and how many we have and how many we want to keep. Between 0 and how many we have minus how many we want to keep. So these are just getting deleted, is all these are. Oh, right, okay. What is this doing? Unused instance shapes. Okay, so I think what it does is it's pulling them away. It's removing them. Right? There's an erase somewhere. If it's empty, erase it. Otherwise, add it. Spare instance keys. Instance build data. Wait a second. Mesh ID comes from spare instance keys. Recyclable instance shape keys. This check doesn't make any sense. The check doesn't make any sense. And I mean, I guess I could do this first, really. Okay, number of instances to decompose is the size of this array minus how we want to keep. So what do we do with this? So we've pulled the array, pop back, sure. Sure. It's recyclable instance shapes. So they're keyed by mesh ID, and then those contain that array is an array of arrays containing IDs. Remove each array. Number of instances we can fully decompose into shapes. Enough instances to match those we will rebuild. Okay, no, I get it. I get it. So as the instance contains an array of shapes. If there's nothing, we delete it. Otherwise, we put the entire array into there. If it's empty, remove it. Otherwise, put that array back. Ah, okay, no, I get it. We're removing one from the back. Once it's empty, okay. No, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. It's making sense. Okay. And then unused shapes becomes unused shapes shape type. So we grab it, forcing it to be creative, doesn't exist, add the thing, and then put it back. Okay. Okay. And then this one, generate instances. So this... does some stuff. Okay. Okay. So it's a dictionary of cell data. Okay, so that's the big first change here. Destroy unused shapes. Looks like it was kind of... I left it untouched. Okay. Generate instances. Build instance data keys. Mesh ID. Do this stuff. And then the first thing I'm getting is... yeah, so I'm not doing this instance data 0, instance data 1. I'm doing a const dictionary cell data for the mesh ID. And I think it was like if cell data is empty. Missing cell data. This shouldn't happen. Okay, and then from there I get cell positions, which is the keys. And then I'm iterating over those. For vector 2i cell position. And then I would have this line up here. Typed array, transform 3Ds. Xforms is cell data, cell position. Okay. No instances if Xforms is empty. So, okay, I might actually be a little confused here. So, the mesh ID, it's sorted by mesh ID, which contains cells that contain that mesh, and then transforms for that mesh in that cell. So this should exist. So if I'm in the mesh ID and I'm in the cell, I expect to have transforms. Okay. And then we would iterate through each transform. So I think this all just goes away. And then yeah, all of this pops in. Although cell position is already tracked. Yeah, all this. It's hard to tell. It's really like stupid and hard to tell. Except to do so much indentation here. Also, yeah, these hue mesh should be this transform instead of X form. Oh, cool. I think they weren't all... Oh no, they're all correct. Okay, cool. So the last line of this one needs to be indented. And all this up to the for loop. All right. So it's using X. I mean, that's fine. It's technically faster to do those integer loops than iterator loops. Hey, Yulia. Okay. How's life? Well, good. For each shape, right, okay. A fully formed instance available. Pop one and reposition its member shapes rather than creating new shapes. Well, waiting, good. 2 answers. I just give 2 answers. Life is well, life is good. Okay. And then the update instance collision just needs to be fixed. I'm going to copy that comment because that comment's going to come in handy. Mesh asset ID int cell position vector 2i global transform. And then all the calls of these need to have certain things. So instance cells to build is an I. And this should be taking a why is it written with a cast? I don't know. Radius, region size, cell size, vertex spacing. Okay. Radius, cell size, vertex spacing. Okay. Region size, cell size, vertex spacing. Okay. And then get unused as 2 things, which I didn't even change. And I changed that. What? There's a line way down here somewhere. build. There's this debug, which should seriously be an extreme call. Because there's a lot. It's like thousands. It creates thousands. Okay. What's going on here? Why is there this blank line? Okay, I guess we're just deleting an empty line. Okay. I don't think I changed the signature of any of those. That one I'm not touching. That one I'm not touching. Okay. Oh, and I guess I should check that those aren't references there. Those should not be references. All right, what's the difference? What changed in the line? Oh yeah, the I. Okay, so everything's changed to a vector 2i. Doing better checks. Here, there's a lot of line changes. Vector 2i, I have that. Cell origin, cell center. I just do a continue instead of that. Decomposing, and I think all that's unchanged. It just tabs out. Vector 2i. We go through mesh IDs instead of So we check it one time because we might have 1,000 cells, but 20 meshes. So doing the smaller loop on the outside is definitely better. Especially if we have shortcuts that will skip a whole thing. So we skip mesh ID one time instead of 1,000 times. Those checks, okay. Right. Leave that. Keep count. And then later on, we're doing cell data. Each cell will contain transforms, and then this is all just being tapped in with no changes, I think. And it's, you know, it's imagining a really weird and fake change. Okay. Change that to an extreme call, because yeah, that really should be extreme. There's no, that's an insane debug call. And yeah, fix that so it's not doing that. Okay. So I am on his branch. And he... Okay, he did reply. I see, so we will just do the conversion to check the distance and to do the actual instancing. Cells, I'll say basically, cell, so if, the region, so if regions are 2x2 cells, then cell, region, (1, -2) would have the cells, two, so I think it's, yeah, -2 times cells per region. So we 0, so it'd be -1, -2, -3, -4, right? And I'll make it a reply so it's clear. The local cell positions are just multiplied by the region. Cell positions are added to the region location times local cell positions 0, 0, 1, 0. So I'm writing out a comment here, or reply here. To the region location. I think I wrote that wrong, actually. So I'm gonna scroll through this and actually look at what the code really is written as. Yeah, okay. Okay. So I applied basically, so if regions are 2 by 2 cells, and the region 1, -2 would have the cells 2, -3, 2, -4, 3, -3, 3, -4. The local cell positions are added to the region location. So I listed out the local cell positions, which is if it's 2 by 2, it'd be 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. Are added to the region location, 1, -2, times the cells per region in 1 dimension, which would be 2, which would be... So all those local cell positions are added to 2, -4. Okay. Hey, Hack the Doc. I was just chatting about this. So I should have all that. So I think what I really need to do is I need to have... I have internet again. Very nice. I can watch streams again. Very nice. What did I just see? I just saw something. What was going on? I don't know why, but I saw something that I thought I needed to... Okay, weird. You ever get those things where you, like, recall that you just saw something like 5 seconds ago and it was something important, and you're like, where did I see that? That just happened, but I don't remember what I saw. I know it was something. What did I see? No clue. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get status. Okay, git commit or git add the source. Oh, I have to... I was thinking about how I can build and test this. How can I do that? So let me see what I specifically have on my side, because there's things that I have that I just need to make sure. I can keep. This one. So I believe this one just has Right, so I pulled in... I did this thing where I pulled in... yeah. So what I gotta do is I'm gonna have to take this branch, wind it back to here, and then pull in this. Now, I don't remember how I did that. How did I do that? How would I do that? I totally forgot. Okay, I guess the first thing I can do is I know I can wind it back here. So I think I can just copy that. Git rewind branch to commit. It's probably git reset. Reset current head to the specified state. So they probably have an example where they're using do an add. Do you have a reset with a tag? It probably is an option. Git reset path spec. I should definitely be able to use that. Possibly updates the index. Any untracked files, somebody deleted. Okay, so I need to be careful about this because this will include untracked. So I think what I do is I just do git. Okay, before I do this, I can just make the commit. All right, so I'll make the commit. So this is tracked here. No. Oh, this is like annoying. Possibly updates the index. Oh, they even say commit right there. And the working tree depending on mode. What's mode? Defaults to mixed. Okay. Mode must be one of the following. Resets the index amount of the working tree. Chance files are preserved, but not marked for commit. Porch has not been updated. Does not touch the index file. And working tree. So I definitely want to do hard. But I need to commit. I need to commit this before I do that, I think. Do I? Yeah, I think I have to commit this before I can do that. I can stash my editor config. Actually, I think untracked files should stay, right? Wait, does it say untracked files? Right. Any untracked files in the way of writing. So the untracked should stay. All right. Git commit. I will call this convert the locations to vector 2i. Restructure restructure. Yeah. Track cell locations as terrain global cell positions. Similar to how region locations are stored. And then restructure instance data dictionary to avoid I guess to reduce memory usage for transforms. Optimize some calculations related to cell positions. All right. So let me just double check. The remote here is pushing to my version. Good. And this will have to be a force push. It'll probably ask me. No, it shouldn't ask me. Should just go. Cool. All right. I will go look to make sure I'm in the good state. All right, cool. Good state. This is what I want to see. What is this? Whoa. Okay. You're in France. Steal a Wi-Fi. Steal a Wi-Fi. Okay, so now I will switch to instance collision. And so what I need to do is I need to rewind to this commit. Copy that. And I'm going to do check git status. I pushed. It's all there. That shouldn't be overwritten. So I can do git reset hard and that. It is now there. Okay. So I'm going to force push it in this state. Changes obliterated. All right, so if I refresh, that should be back there. Okay. So then I need to pull in all the commits. Well, I guess what I really want to do is I want to rebase. I think. Okay, let me go look here. I was gonna say rebase. I think. I don't know what that means. So that's the commit that he has. I could also just do it for him. So I'm going to do it for him. All right. So I'm going to rebase. Well, okay. This is my custom one. All right. So I'm going to rebase my branch to this one. So many things. So fix differs crash, fix crash. So those are the commits there. Okay, cool. So I'm rebasing my instance on top of this one. All right. So I think what I do is I do git status, git branch list. I will do git switch to main. Git pull. New branch. What? What are you talking about? What does that mean? I don't understand. Anyway, git log. Cool. So git switch this is mine. So I should just be able to do git rebase master. I'll do git rebase I master. Main. So these are the commits I'm putting on. Okay. That's not right. What? No, that's not right. What? What just... Alright, I don't know what just happened, because like literally nothing happened. It didn't do anything. So I think I go main, I think I click sync fork, update branch. I don't know how to actually do that, apparently. Okay, but that's what I needed to do. Okay. Now go to main, pull. There we go. Now switch to mine. Rebase it on the main. Use that. Okay, cool. Now we're there. Now what I want to do is I want to pull in all of the changes from this branch. So I think what I do is so git pull commits from, I can probably do cherry pick. Yeah. I guess I do cherry pick. So I'll do them one at a time. All right, copy. And because these are all unique, it should be able to figure out which one it is. Nice. All right. I'm sure cherry pick probably allows me to do multiple. Either like copy this one and then copy this one and then would go through them. But whatever. I'll just do this. do? No. Okay. Now this is a big commit. I forgot Dune Awakening exists until the Death of Game guy made a video about it. I guess he's right then, right? Fitting username. Okay. So now I have get status, or I meant get log. Okay. Cool. Okay. And that should be it. So I should see these same commits on the other one now, which means they're pretty much in line with each other. Awesome. All right. So there's then mine, and then these. Very cool. Okay. All right, cool. He's got it. He replied, "Yes, I think I'm with you, and I can see how this could be better. Several bugs I had were caused by incorrect application of vertex sizing. Less of that there is, the better to the main. The less of that there is to maintain, the better." Wow, I can read. All right, cool. All right, awesome. So my instance collision is now 1-to-1 with this, 1-to-1 with a PR, plus some of my extra things here. Cool. Dune Awakening 6,000 versus their older game Conan Exiles 7,000. Is this correct? Isn't Conan Exiles like I probably can't search that. There's probably nudity on there, so I'm not gonna do that. Isn't Conan Exiles like an RP game now, like GTA 5? Most players are doing roleplay. I think I saw a video about that. Yep. What is this, though? Oh, yeah, those are just the 2 commits that I did, and then he squashed a bunch of other things. Okay. Oh, that was the whole thing about it. Plus tree eaters? What? What are you saying? Alright, Alright, so now that I have my stuff, I can do build A and test it and make sure I wrote it right. And then if there's anything wrong, right? Okay, got it. The dog is putting his head on my leg. I'll take you out. Alright, so these should all be vector 2i's, vector 2i. File has been... No. Reopen it. Thank you. I'm not even sure what changed, but apparently something changed. All right. Okay. Cheaters, yeah. They have their own engine. Their own engine. Mind blowing with all the bugs they have. Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, that's. Yeah, I remember from like the one video I saw about it. It must have been unreal, and it was, yeah, it was bad. It was bad. Um. All right. So I've got that built. So I should be able to copy these over. And it should keep that. And I will launch, and I will be right back. I'm back. It's way too bright now. Okay. Use that oversaturated version of user profile pic. It's crazy how powerful that the light is. Also, I guess how like limited in like range the camera is. Like, of course, I look at myself when I'm in the sunlight and it just looks brighter. But in the camera, it's like literally blown out and totally white. There's a term for that. That property of a camera. I think it's like stops, maybe? I don't know. In a single image, how well does it handle changes in brightness? All right. I probably need to find that bug, by the way. Because I'm pretty sure this is definitely from Terrain 3D. So I gotta find that. I gotta modify the brightness a little bit. Okay. I may as well go ahead and look for it. If not connected, or if is connected, disconnect. If connected, disconnect. If not connected, connect. If not connected, connect. All right. Let me turn on debug. It will save, and then I will quit the project. I'm going to open a thing here and run this so I get the output over there. So I can try to find where that error happens. Hopefully they come in about the same time. Well, I think it's turning 3D. It could also be me. So I guess I should check if any of my code tries to connect to that signal. No. All right. So it must be turning 3D. I'm just going to verify that it printed it And I'm probably going to close it because it's going to be really laggy. Interesting. Interesting. So the error didn't happen that time. Oh my god, that needs to be extreme. That's crazy. Alright. Destroy MMI by location. Terrain 3D instancer, destroy MMI by location. That's gotta go away. That's another insane thing. Well, what was a log exactly? Deleting all MMIs. In region blank. For mesh ID. Yeah. Yeah, these are totally extreme things. That's like not even... That's crazy. This one could be fine in all regions, but if you're deleting it in a region individually, that's insane. Okay. I'm gonna rebuild it and run this again. And hopefully get cleaner outputs. And it seems like it happens sometimes, because it didn't happen last time I ran this. My god. Another extreme one I see. This one's already busted up from that. Alright, where did it go insane? Sanitize map. Yeah, this all needs to be fixed. That is insane. Sanitize map 203 in terrain region. Yeah. That's extreme. If you're printing like the same log that much, Set location. Sanitizing map type. That's fine, maybe. Maybe not, actually. Set version 39 is 0.93. You know what? Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. But yeah, that one was insane. That one was insane. That's definitely a slight improvement. This is like per region loading, but it's also nuts. That's ridiculous amount of printing. Like all of that should be extreme. But some of it's listed as info, so I guess I won't go so far. Alright, so the error is still not happening, which is annoying. So maybe I just try launching it. It's definitely something got to do with the fact that it's printing out, and that printing is slowing down the process just enough that this like bad signal connection doesn't happen. I'm really not sure what's up with that. Because all the connections I found were correct. So try this. See if it comes back. If it doesn't, it's definitely a threading issue. Okay. So here's my plan. What's it called again? Frame pre-draw. I'm going to print these as errors. Every connect that I have. And in theory, since they should be logging the same way, this error log should just be doing like push error, which is the same thing that the render server is doing, or whatever part of this connection is happening. Here's another one. Isn't it awesome? It's already connected to that callable. That callable. Which one? What's that callable? What? And hopefully this doesn't also cause it to slow down just enough that the connection runs correctly. Process debug mash updates. Oh, it's already... And it does say is already connected to given callable. Wait, what? Okay, but they do say that it was that object. Not that callable. To given callable viewport set update mode. Disconnect. Disconnect. Connect with an error. Connect with an error. Connect with error. Disconnect. To given callable viewport set update mode. Okay. So apparently there's a connection to this happening. Editor resource preview? That's the only connection. Wow. Honestly, this is why it shouldn't be an error to connect to a callable that's already connected. It shouldn't be an error. It should silently ignore you. So this is it. Request and wait. Okay. All right, let me see if we ever do a request and wait. Nope. So do I ever call editor material preview plugin? Generate? I mean, the word generate's probably here 100 times. Yeah. It would be generate like this. Okay, not here. So one of these two could be getting called more than once. Generate from path. No. I don't know which one I'm looking at right now. It looks like I'm not looking at this one. Generate. So this is a Godot thing? Viewport set update mode. And it is bound literally one place ever. So I guess I just do this, right? Let me check how they do this. Is connected frame redraw the name and then okay. Also, sname is supposed to not, you're not really supposed to give a string. I believe you're just supposed to give the non-string. If we are not connected, connect. And then I do request frame drawn callback. I was gonna say, maybe what I could do is I could do the check here, and if we are connected to it, I don't know. Frame pre-draw. So if we're not connected, we connect. But if we're already connected, then that means we're already going to get called. So then I can just request frame drawn callback again. Editor, inspector. I believe that's the path, editor, inspector. I mean, in theory, this should be fine, but what bothers me is this extra call here. I mean, it's totally fine though, right? So if I get two calls in here that are to the same viewport type, it's just gonna ensure that it's called once. And then I say, when we draw a frame, post the semaphore, and then I wait for it to be posted. Which should ensure that this code runs. I'm assuming that's how this works, right? And I probably shouldn't even be fixing that bug. I probably really shouldn't be fixing that bug. But I'm going to. Alright, cool. Fast build. Well, so is my compile day still at 0? Should be. Yep. Still 0. Alright, so that should fix that. Shouldn't be getting that error anymore. Cool. Also, when I added those logs for the debug, it never even printed anyway. Life is beautiful today? Awesome. I think all the changes I have here need to be on... not all of them. Just instancer. I hate you. Okay. Why? I am restoring that one too. Okay. Whoa. Why am I so blurry? Hello? Alright. Okay, it goes back to normal. Instancer as well. Back to normal. Because I'm bored and want conflict. Okay. Alright, well now I'm finally in here and I'm testing this. And I probably just caused that to lag by doing that. Nope, we're good. Okay, we're good. I was going to say we're almost good. Alright. So I think probably what I should do is... eventually one day I'll figure out what's going on with that one. I'm just going to put in some stuff. I want to go and see how this is building now. I think it's just only building around the player. I think. Yeah, I need to go look and see how this is running. We have build that does stuff, and we have update. If we're in dynamic mode, do this stuff. Those are in full collision, do this stuff. And I don't see the call. Okay, I guess I gotta go find the call for this. This is update instance collision. If, ooh, okay. If we're not instance collision enabled, or editor and we're not in editor collision mode, return. Okay. But I do need to find what this is actually called. So update instance collision. Why is it not being called? Why is it not being called there? Update instance collision. Destroy instance collision. Instance collision radius. Okay, there's a lot of new stuff here. Set of different instance collision radius. Radius. Collision mode. Instance collision mode. Dynamic game. Dynamic editor. Someone on Reddit posted soon he's dropping a hypervisor level universal tool to crack the hardest checks in Denuvo. Persona 5? Okay. Alright, so awesome. This now means I am in collision mode full game, and then instance collision, dynamic editor. Huge. Okay. Collision radius 64. Okay. So I'll still have to do my own modifications to get per target updating. Or I guess the manual thing. That'll just be the manual thing. Also, I was gonna say, yeah, shouldn't these have like very thin lines where they intersect this shape? Yeah, there. Another one there. Another one there. This one does not. Interesting. That one does. You've already had checks for VMs? Already had check? Like, you mean it doesn't? The great thing about software is you can always pretend to be whatever you want. I'll put in a bunch of these. I mean, I saw the dynamic editor was working, which is exactly it's running the exact same code that it would in game, but just to check anyway. And honestly, I'm gonna bring the car over here too, so I can start driving the car around. Just to verify that it does in fact collide with that stuff. Should load just as fast, and then have dynamic collision on these. Sweet. Now I get to get the car before it rolls away. And then nice. What are these contact points? What is that? Wait, what is it? What? What is that? What was that? Is that just... I've never seen that before. Okay. Cool. Well, I can hit the trees now. Not on myself. It's definitely the collision debug. Yeah. It's not my wheel stuff. But I didn't know this was something that happened. Because I just hadn't seen it before. So I saw those like red, they're like red triangles or whatever. I didn't quite get. I didn't know that was a thing. Alright, well cool, that works. Awesome. It seems like it works correctly, so get status. So I should be able to just switch over to that branch. Okay. That. And I'll do a log. Okay. And then git commit amend. Romit. Commit. Amend. Force push. One second. All right. Trying to get the lighting a little bit better. Okay. So now this branch should just have that, and then the PR should be good. One commit. 4 files changed. Cool. All right. I'll send him a message. Have you seen issues when painting with shift held or some key? Don't recall which. while in editor debug mode. Let me verify that it's still happening before I do it. So I basically just turn on dynamic editor, and then I would just hold like shift and click. Or I think I do this and I hold shift and click. Ah. It's different now, but that's what was happening before. Control works. Interesting. But I think if I go over here and I hit save, and then probably just reload scene, these colliders will be here, and then they won't go away. Yeah, okay. And then I think if I do this, that is so weird. That is so strange. What if I turn this off? Well, it's kind of fixed now, kind of. I mean, not really, kind of. But this is better, at least. Definitely better. Holding control kind of fails at deleting these. Alright, so I'll mention these to him. It's definitely gotten better. I do have a question. Seems to be a bug with, what was it? With modifier keys shift modifier when painting with collision raycast on. It jitters instances up and down on top of their editor debug colliders. Also, if saving and reloading scene with editor mode on, the previous debug colliders remain in the scene. Unsure if how to even fix these bugs. Okay. I will mention this on the right side. Bug was worse before. It would spawn colliders each frame and quickly obliterate FPS. Super funny. I'll make this GPT 3.5. Why'd you say that? I just thought of something. I just thought of something funny. Maybe it's not that funny. But in the future, if we have AGI, it'd be a funny insult to call, with the assumption that it's like modeled after the human brain and it can actually like literally just make stupid mistakes. It'd be funny to call it, say something like OK GPT-5 whenever they say something stupid. I feel like that'd be funny. That'd be a good insult. Or just OK GPT. Having AGI, that's already funny. I mean, it's gotta happen eventually, right? This is the wrong thing. Close that. I guess I shouldn't have closed that. Open this. Oh, there's been comments. Go here. Go here. Is this the wrong thing? I saw a weird line change that didn't make sense. Oh, no. This is fine. It's just because it's technically this line down here. Or this QD bug update is technically down there at the bottom. That's why it looks weird. Weird line change. Okay. Why does it say 6? There's like 2 things. Alright, what is this? There's apparently been stuff that I should probably read. I read all that. Oh, it's just him saying it's ready to go. I wonder what he fixed. Like, there's definitely a bug. It must have been some accidental, like... No. No? I'm not... Dude, I'm not saying LLMs are going to become AGI. That's fundamentally not possible. Fundamentally not possible. I mean, I mean, AGI has to happen eventually. It must have been one of these. Yeah, okay, so there's those. Oh, what is this? Physics process. Okay. It could have been something like this. It probably was something like this. Not sure I understand what you mean. Bro pushed your game code and now he made it worse. What? Well, what he did do, which is really funny, was he took the wrong branch and he pulled every commit from it. Which included a bunch of stuff that should not, literally can't go in the actual repository. They didn't notice it because it couldn't build. It fails building. Or maybe it didn't fail building. Actually, no, it was just, I guess it was just like an Android test. Something with Android doesn't work with what I wrote, apparently. I'm not sure what. It might be the presence of a build, of the build script. It might be the presence of that. It probably runs a command build and expects some other file to be there. I guess it's probably this line, isn't it? I bet it's this one. Because, yeah, this is process updates. And we just mark it. So I'm interested to see what's going on here. Is this correct? Yeah, okay, that's great. He used AI to push. The thing is, it was just because he used a lowercase I, but he also has, which is funny about this, he also has what the fuck is this? Instance collision new 2, instance collision new, and then he has instance collision fix, instance collision update with underscores this time. It's pretty messy. Is this my branch? Yep, he just copied my branch into his repo. My game's branch names too. New 2 and new. I don't know how he does it, man. First of all, capital letters like all the time. The thing is, I'm pretty sure it's case sensitive. I'm pretty sure the branch names are case sensitive, so whenever he's switching to this branch, he does have to capitalize I. Someone copied your game. So I was maintaining 2 versions of essentially the same code on my own repository. I sent a pull request with the second branch, which is good for Terrain 3D to use, and then I have my branch, which is the same name, but the I is not capitalized, which is not good for Terrain 3D to use. He pulled in the non-capitalized version, so it had a bunch of extra stuff. Yeah, this PR has a build script and it goes CBP that it should not have. Yeah. It is because I used 2 branches with the same name except for a capital letter difference. But it's also true that he was using the capital letter in the first place and then didn't type a capital letter. I'm just replying. So he said, thanks a lot, I'll take a look shortly. Expect the painting thing is because we force a raycast immediately while the new colliders. Yeah, just because the collision raycast is hitting those visual debug colliders. That's why they jump up and down. I said, yeah, that seems like the reason, but I can't think of a nice way to fix it without doing some mask tricks. So essentially the debug colliders need to have no mask or no layers. And then I said, it's probably acceptable though. It doesn't lag and it's for a mode that is not used in game. And it's weird. It is like, it doesn't really make any sense, I guess. Because you can kind of fix it. Yeah. I mean, if I get them in the air, I can move away and then do that, and then they fix. All right. Oh, there's one there. I could also just turn this to off or disabled or whatever. Any other option. Let's hate on Olmec today. It's your fault. Tesla's crash data got leaked. Tesla's crash data? Yeah, this is weird though. But it's fine because I really don't know how it got fixed, because it used to be the case where like holding shift and clicking would just continuously spawn colliders in that position. But I think if I go disabled, it doesn't even work. Whatever, if I do this and reload the scene, it goes away. It's not going away. If I reload the project, it should go away. If it doesn't go away, then there's a problem. I don't know how it could stay. It literally couldn't stay there. Yeah, it literally couldn't stay there. That's literally on the rendering server. It literally couldn't stay there. Okay. Also, yeah, this should be locked. So when I click, it doesn't spawn in anything over there. All right, where's my... There they are. Car crash, and no, I was wrong. That was crappy clickbait title. Godot says has to release. Does one need talent to be an artist? To be a good artist? Some people build editors in their game. They use the editor and they... Huh? Okay. I mean, I was thinking that's like really, you know, a visual debug thing. I think, yeah, probably just like copying the shape or whatever and making it so it's not there. The big thing is definitely, yeah, I think I mentioned. Also, if saving and reloading scene with editor mode on, the previous debug colliders remain in the scene. Yeah, you'd have to reload the project to fix it. Or I guess close the scene and open it. That probably also works. For some reason, reloading scene doesn't actually reload the scene. Yes. What's yes to? What's yes? This is really bright. It seems really bright. I can probably go automatic now. Maybe. Awesome. Oh. Yeah. It's the new image generator from GPT. Yeah. What else do I talk about? I don't know. Something. Maybe I said something and you said yes to that, and I don't remember what I said. Okay. I'm gonna ask them about quick question. I will be making a system to making a system to track cell collision I will make a system to track cell collision which would operate from user code with instance collision set to with instance collision set to disable, so it doesn't run automatically. I think I may also just like probably put in there like entities to track. So I tell Terrain 3D to track a list of entities. Depending on so it doesn't, yeah. Let's do this. So it doesn't run automatically. Would it be accepted as a PR feature if written would it be accepted as a, I mean, I guess, would it be desired by the main version? If so, I can keep a version to submit to the main repo as a PR. Otherwise, I would like to make it an official feature so I can it could be as simple as passing an array of cells to cells to destroy or cells to clear. Yeah, could be as simple as passing array of cells to build collision for, and assume all others can be cleared, recycled. Okay. I really want them to give me like a straight answer on this, because they're like a. I say like, hey, I want to have this, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is cool, but you shouldn't do it this way. And I'm like, here's why I think you should do it this way, and there's just no response. So I'm asking them again if I can do this, because I want to make it an official thing, so I don't have to manage it myself. Oh, you said I am stupid, meaning you? What? No girl will ever maintain a repo. Get out of here. So huh? All these mess ups might convince me it's a woman. Dude. I don't know, man. I just say they. Okay? I just say they. Perhaps it might be a disrespectful thing if I know that it's a guy. That I'm doing unconsciously. I don't know. Dude, I'm gonna be a Linus. I'm gonna be a Linus Torvald. I already am. Here's the fun. Here, I'll show it. I'll show it. Is it listed here? No, I think it's. Yeah, it's gone now. Okay. I was gonna say I'll point out the name of this commit that I made. Why do I have this tab open? This is like such an old. Oh, I had it open because I was looking for this. That's why I have that open. All right. Where's mine? Your brain is programmed the right way. This one. Fix nonsense usage. Some arrays are straight nonsense because they are assigned to float arrays. Some uses are just broken entirely because the original type is supposed to be a float. So. This should be a real commit, by the way. That should be a real commit that they need to put on the actual repo, because that's true. That's nonsense. They're accepting a real type and they're storing it into a float array. They're accepting a real type and they're storing it to a float value. That's a Linus PR style. I probably have to turn on backlight though, because it's just getting really dark. Yes, thing. I wish I could have like a bias on this thing. I guess I technically can have a bias like that. Sure, I'll do that. I don't like that because that like setting gets cleared sometimes, I think. I don't know, it's got to be an OBS webcam Linux problem where some settings are just like ignored or like reset the default and then not. Like the slider would say 150, but the real value that the camera is using is like 128. So I have to like click up on the slider and suddenly it gets a lot brighter because it was using an old default value. Remember when the Linux OG maintainer got hacked and Linux commented to him and Linux commented to him? Linus. the maintainer sent like a PR or something and Linus was like, "You're an idiot." I would like to see that. Or whatever you would say. I would love to see that. Why are you typing FU? Is that what he said? Is that what Linus said? This is in the list of modes we will aim for. Okay. So I'm going to say awesome. I'd like to work on that as soon as possible. The only issue is I don't know what the API should be. I have given suggestions. But no, good suggestions, but no decisions. I'll say, soon as someone can just say, write this API, I will do it. Yeah, if we want to go back to my my essay, the guy got hacked and he was an OG and pushed a literal virus or something. Yeah. Gonna scroll up to that essay I wrote with no response, which I didn't expect to get a response or even it to be read. I literally wrote it and said, he should not read this. He should look at it, say, wow, that's a lot of words, and then decide from that whether or not he's going to trust me or not. That's exactly what he should do. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, here it is. Whoops. Okay, well, I guess I can't look at it. I'm just gonna assume that it can be seen on the stream. Surprisingly, I don't see any reason to use collision at all. I think it's correct, but whatever. Essay with examples. Essay moment. And then I said, main motion, in my opinion, operating systems dynamical, with the difference being that updates are bashed until a call to some update method. So that was just that. Alright. The dog is just barking continuously. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. Whoa. I was going for like, I had it off for like 1 second. There's two big. What is this? Is this what he said? I'm assuming this is some kind of elaborate meta commentary on the state of self-protection. Because if it isn't, the irony is thick enough to choke a horse. Or to the admins to nuke your credentials. I don't care if you have a backup key stored in a mountain vault. As far as the main tree is concerned, you don't exist until I see a signed physical letter. Or you show up at my door. I'm reverting the last 3 pulls from you. I don't have the time or the interest to figure out which of your security hardenings were actually backdoors inserted by some script kitty who found your password on a sticky note. Picture set up, get a new key, go through every single line of your recent commits, and maybe spend less time on the self-protection slides and more time on your own damn keychain. Get it sorted. That's funny. I've already told the admins to nuke your... Dude, that's like a great copy pasta. That's actually a great copy pasta. I've already told the admins to nuke your credentials. I don't care if you have a backup key stored in a mountain vault. That's funny. Someone gets access to like a high-ranking account for software that runs millions of computers, and they put an obvious virus. They make an obvious virus PR. Oh my god. I mean, it could even be like friendly too. Like, someone knows Linux and was like in like the hacking space and discovered that this credential existed in like some database. And as a friendly thing, instead of just saying, hey dude, your credentials are leaked, they just submitted a virus to make it as obvious as possible. So that everyone would say, alright, yeah, this guy, we gotta make sure this account has no access now. Alright. Okay, so I think I'm not gonna get a response on the API for like literally a full day. So I'm gonna go back to I'm gonna go, okay, first of all, I'm gonna check what I have. Nothing here. Okay, so this is like the full, alright, cool. So switch to instance collision. Right, this was, okay, right, this was the thing. So I need to do git reset hard, I think it's head 1. Okay. And then I will cherry pick this commit back. Okay, first of all, I gotta do git switch instance collision log. Give me that one. Go back. And then that should be the commit, right? Yeah. Why is it asking me for... Oh, I guess it's just been a while. Okay. Okay. Just gonna build just to make sure. Okay, it built. Okay. All right. Hang on. I was gonna say about ping, but it's nothing. What is this? Um. All right. Gonna check GitHub to make sure it's correct. Here, lowercase. And this should contain those changes. That is the big one. That's pretty obvious that it worked. Okay. All right, so now I will remove the trees. They all seem to be working. All right. So I should see. I'm probably going to see that they changed anyway, but yeah. So I didn't have changes like 10 seconds ago, and now I do. So I'm going to close this because I think whenever I restore those while it's open, those probably cause problems. So clear that. I should be able. I'm not going to add those yet. Or am I? I am going to add those actually. Okay. Git crumit. Second time today I've typed that. Update terrain instance collision feature. All right. What's in vertices in this, right? Okay. Oh, I guess I need to actually fix that. I just noticed that. The type of it's not a node 3D like it's supposed to be. But I will be deleting that. Hit save. Okay. Why does the terrain... Oh, because I turned it back off. Oh no, because dynamic game is default. Okay. That's why. No. Yes. No. No. What is it called? Terrain instance or node? Terrain instance node. Right. Okay, so I figured that what I want to do is I need to make it so I can build triangle. Okay, why is... Oh, because I don't have a region selected. Right. There we go. So I can build triangle, and it will actually... I guess for now, I'll have like a debug thing. So we'll actually like draw a transparent like special shader material with a triangle. I mean, I should be able to send it to triangle mesh, I think. And then I can use that as... Probably? I can probably use triangle mesh. Let me see. Add mesh takes a mesh. Is triangle mesh... No. Triangle mesh is something very different. So... I would be doing add mesh. Array mesh? Utility for constructing a surface from arrays. Array mesh. Add surface from arrays. Primitive triangles. Okay, right. Surface tool. Uses clockwise winding order. Good. I just realized that. I did a whole thing where I was winding them clockwise, and because I knew they had to be that way, but I didn't actually check to make sure that's how Godot used it. But yeah, I'm glad that I'm glad I saw that. Surface tool. Construct a mesh by specifying vertex attributes individually. So to add vertex, add in. Vertex attributes must be passed before calling add vertex. Vertex to index array if you're using indexed vertices. Okay, but I definitely want that. That's the thing, I definitely do want that, but I probably don't have to do it that way. I'm gonna close these. I don't think I need these open. Yeah, definitely don't need these open. Mesh. What's immediate mesh? Creating geometry manually. Surface begin, add vertex, surface end. There's a bunch of tumbleweeds blowing around. It's a lot of them. Someone must have like pulled them out of their fence or something and threw them out. Just a big bundle of them all at once. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm doing array mesh. I think this makes sense because array mesh should have... where would it be? It's mesh, array vertex, array type, array index. Packed in 32 of integers uses indices. All those arrays must have the same number of elements as a vertex array. When the index array is present, it puts the function into index mode. Selects the ith vertex. Different normals or colors along an edge, you have to duplicate vertices. Okay. For triangles, the index array is interpreted as triples. Vertices of each triangle. For lines, the index array is in pairs, start and end. Yeah. Somehow those Slav everything. Oh, everything is woke YouTubers. Call Concord 2 High Guard game woke. I think the idea is if you have any women characters fighting, then it's woke, right? I think that's like a pretty big catch-all. All right, let me array mesh. Where's array mesh? Back here, array mesh. Close that. Close that. I've got a lot. Oh, it was at the top. I just didn't see it up there. Button group. I probably don't need camera. I probably don't need that. No, I should probably keep that. Resource. I know a resource. I know what an object is. I know what a node is. I know what a sphere mesh is. I probably don't need primitive mesh. Yeah. How do they use this? So the array has to be the size of this. And then I put in the things that I want. I put in the things that I want. And then I create a mesh from that. Okay. So here's what I'll do. I will have a method that I think I can... Yeah, I probably keep the mesh, I think. So array mesh. Array mesh new, array mesh adds surface from arrays. Okay, so I want array mesh. Add surface from arrays. Okay. This one, yeah, I saw Critical a Drinker guy. Who's that? Copying on the Supergirl trailer? I don't know what that is. So the trailer is pretty normal. Well, I think what it was is there were some examples of like some actual like kind of egregious things that were being put in games. And some people like took it about as far as they possibly can. The woke games list. There's a website for that now. You can put in your Steam username and it'll tell you like what percentage of your Steam library is woke from this like woke game list on Google Drive. And one of the things is I believe if the game contains a woman in combat against a man, they call it woke. If that happens in the game, it's woke. If you have voice type selection, that's woke. If you have body type instead of gender, it's woke. Body type 1, body type 2. That one, I'll say that one's kind of silly. That one is a little silly. It's obvious which body type is what they're supposed to be. They just like took male, female off and changed it to body type 1 and body type 2. That one I'll say is a bit silly when they do that. It's more like they're trying not to offend somebody than saying, this is the correct way to say it. Correct way to describe this. What am I trying to do this? Okay. So I think I keep this cached until I load it. So what I'll do is I'll say, a reload mesh boolean. That'll be true. And then I have, I'll actually make it like that, so it's clear you're not meant to access this directly. And then somewhere here, probably, honestly, it's probably the first thing, I think. Get mesh will return the array mesh. And if reload mesh, actually I'll say this, if not net, if not reload mesh, return mesh. Otherwise I'm going to say reload mesh is true. And okay, so here's the thing. I want this to actually return right away. Either a wild crap like Bizarre Writing in Dragon Age. Yeah. That one, that's one of those egregious examples. I think it's just because there's not very many examples of it. I guess there's also a case about slippery slope. where silly things like using body type 1, body type 2 are... they have a particular end goal. I think it's part of it. Maybe. Alright, it's warm now. You know, some games are in there because they pro climate change. There's also silly things like that. I mean, I think if you've literally been alive in the last 10 years, you've seen the climate changing. At least where I live, the first like 3-4 years I lived in Colorado, like October to like January, February, it was always snowing. It was really cold, always snowing. There's also a thing to say about like there's still like year to year differences. So like for some years it gets warmer, some years it gets colder. But I feel like I've noticed, quite obviously, there's a lot less snow. And today is like warm. It's like December and it's like there's been warmer days. There's been more warm days than cold days. Which I think is the craziest for like really old people. Like people in their 60s to 70s. There's no way they haven't noticed that. There's no way they haven't noticed that. I remember it literally snowed once when I was in like Alabama. It snowed once there. And as far as I'm aware, it's never snowed there again. And that was like a rare thing. Like it was rare, but it wasn't like, this has literally never happened before. It's just like, it was a rare thing that it snowed a little bit. And I'm pretty sure it has not snowed ever again there. There's the thing in Texas where like it froze. It got like really cold. I'm not sure what that weather event was. How that happened, but... And the thing about climate change is that it's supposed to make... what is it? Rare events happening more often, or like more chaotic. It's not necessarily like year 1 was colder than year 2. I mean, overall that would be true, but if you look at a bunch of years back to back. But it's more like I might get a December with literally no snow all month. And then next year it might be snowed in 2 months straight. That's like the idea of what should be happening. In theory. Period cycle. I mean, like I said, that could happen. But I think if I look at the number of times it snowed this month already, I think it's actually 0. Definitely not more than twice. Definitely not more than twice. Oh. I like working on as soon as possible. The only issue is, I don't know what the API should be. I've given a suggestion but no decision. As soon as someone can just say, write these methods, I will do it. Aiden. He just says, literally the function definition. Or the function declaration. Train 3D collision, build instance or collision at cell. Region location, and the cell would be a local position, mesh ID. Mesh ID. And then destroy. Okay. There's got to be some way to batch that. I would like there. I'm gonna mention this. Could there be a method that accepts a set of cells? Like what, like what get cells to instance does, and we'll keep and we'll batch it all together as if it was part of a dynamic update. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna work on game right now. Get mesh, reload mesh is true. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna return mush. I'll call it mesh. And I'll return mesh. And I will do update mesh, which we'll simply do if not reload mesh, return, and then otherwise this is going to do all of it. So reload mesh is false. And I'm looking here. So I need an array mesh. Add surface from. Can I set the surface? Surface update vertex region. They're no, those aren't even documented. Conspiracy theories are sad to hear. Now I'm struggling my mom and some of this stuff. Flintstones cartoon was a post-apocalyptic sequel of the Jetsons. I think maybe we've just made the world too nice. The world is too nice. Stupid people are spreading with no consequence. Damn. That's definitely true. The world is getting way too nice, especially America. The United States, people are getting way too nice. And by nice, I mean people are becoming the nice guy where they pretend to be nice, they let all their anger boil up, and then they explode on people. Often violently. So, spoiled. Spoiled too, but that's different. This is more like pretending to like somebody or pretending to tolerate ridiculously stupid things that people do and say. And then, like, going behind their back. Or, I guess it's also like the dishonesty thing, right? someone you don't like, you don't tell them that you don't like them, and you don't tell them why you don't like them. Hey, Laughing Umbra. Talking about some totally unrelated things. Can I update this? I would really like to. There's no... Oh, clear surfaces. That's what I would do. I would just call clear surfaces. And then... The thing is, there's... I guess I can remove the surface. These functions exist, but they don't have... Yeah, I think what I'll do is I will just clear surfaces and then do it all. Right. So I need... They don't make this simple. So I need... If I do this new... So it exists. Some weird talking, no idea why. Dude. Ask him about the price of rands? I wouldn't know anything about that. I need an array. I'll call it data. Array max. And then I set vertex and I will set index. A packed vector 3 array. Can I make a packed vector 3 array out of a packed int array? I definitely could. Okay. Vertex. I think I might... Yeah, so I have to do packed vector 3 array from... That's got to be fine, right? I think it's got to be fine. And this will just be the same thing, so indexes. What does that return in your code do? It just exits the function. Guy from last time asked you, are you using Blender to make your game? His question, I believe, was, is this software I have open right now Blender? I think that was his question. Which I remember him asking now, and that was a really silly question, I think. Is it Blender? Yeah. This is not Blender. And then I add this array mesh, add surface from arrays primitive triangles. Data. What is this? Blend shapes. Poor guy didn't know. It's funny because it said that he doesn't actually know what Blender looks like, and he also doesn't know what Godot looks like. More funny that he just doesn't know what Blender looks like. Array of vertex data for each blend shape. What's a blend shape? I guess I just don't know. Dictionary with float keys and packed int array, or packed in 32 array values. Each entry in a dictionary represents an LED level of the surface with a value of the value is the array index array. Okay, I get it. So you would send in vertexes, you wouldn't do indexes, and then LODs would contain index arrays. Okay. Is this Godot? Yes, this is. Does it say anywhere on here? No, it doesn't. He's making a game, an Unreal Engine asset flip game. Not Unreal Engine. I'm not flipping assets. Yet. I will be doing special things with the assets. Flags. Bitwise or. One value of this shifted. Array custom format? Color? Okay, I'm not going to try to understand that. I literally don't know what that is. Custom channel? What is an asset flip? It's where all the models of your game are downloaded and they're not modified and they're just used as is. So technically, if I were to have all of my, if I were to make a farming game and I took all of my crops from some farming crop model pack, and that's exactly all I did, that'd be an asset flip. And it's typically to the point where you can see the animations used in a game for characters and you can know right away if they were a downloaded animation. I believe nearly, not all, some of the character animations for Expedition 33 are default assets that you can download. So the game's not an asset flip, they do use downloaded assets that are pretty much unmodified, just like as is. I'll say it down here at the end in case it like fails so it keeps trying. I don't know. Add vertex. So this will just add a vertex. This won't create a triangle. So I can literally just cut out all the index stuff, because I'm literally just writing it as it is. So I'll move this up here. Get closest vertices and I'll produce edges when... Okay, so this is not what's happening now. I'm not doing that. I will just print that, though. Because code is identical. Okay. So he's making a game and he doesn't know how Blender looks. Yeah. I just think it's funny. What did I... Maybe... I think I was like probably here. I was probably doing this. And maybe he thought this was Blender. But I feel like there's enough information on the screen that you probably have to ask yourself, like, that's not Blender. Like, that can't be Blender. There's just no way. Okay. Looks really good. Well, what? The terrain? Maybe. The terrain is really slow. I'll have to figure that out eventually. I was just like trying to point out like probably what I think I was showing at the time when I did that. Yeah. Hopefully it'll look a lot better once there's stuff. So I should say reject vertices that lie within an existing face. Reject, this should probably be like reject duplicates vertices and ones that lie within an existing face. Well, yeah, I should just reject duplicate vertices. Which I guess what I can do, well, I don't know. I'll leave it for now because there's a way that I can retrieve a vertex using this. Actually, I'll just do like get vertex ID. I'll write it in now because I will need this. Okay, so for, I guess I do index 0. One index is less in size. And then I do... Oh, what is a vector 2i? It's 2 integers. That's what it is. 2 integers. So if vertex x is equal to vertices index and vertex y index plus 1, turn index over 2. Add 2. return -1. Okay. And ones that lie within an existing face. So for now, I can probably do... I'd really like to have some kind of toggle, because I don't want to do these checks on adding vertices. It should prevent me from doing this, because otherwise every time I add one, every time I click to add one, it has to check the entire list, which can be really slow. I guess, I mean, if I think about it, it only really would get slow if I had a single region with like 1,000 points, and maybe you would start notice it being slow. So it's probably fine. It's probably fine to check every time. Here's what I'll do. I'll accept a Boolean that disables checking. So I can disable checking. I'll just do disable checks. And it's bad practice to do that. So it should be enable checks is true. If enable checks. If enable checks. When I say it's bad practice, I mean it's confusing to write a negative as the name of a Boolean. You shouldn't do that. Like, is disabled storing true? It's a little confusing. If enable checks, then I'll do if get vertex ID of vertex does not equal -1. Push error. And I'll actually keep it as an ID. So I can print it. Vertex and ID. And I'll just skip that. Reject vertices that lie within an existing face. This should return -1. All right. Speaking of Unity Fresh Nudes, introduce 250,000 minimum contribution. What? Like, to get to be mentioned that you're a big contributor, or what? I don't know what that means. Clear vertices, removes all vertices. I'll actually do clear, just clear data. It says on perform a bounds check, returns -1 if not found. Does not perform a bounds check. Get nearest vertex. Okay. And did I have one that was like clear? Probably. I feel like I have it. Apparently I don't. Okay. AAA big boys gotta expect you to get 250,000 no matter what. Okay. I understand. AAA don't use Unity. Someone's got to. There's got to be a couple of games that are really big. I need to have some way to like have regions like be displayed and selectable. I'll figure it out. For now, I just need to make it so that update mesh can do stuff. And whenever I add a face, we'll take it takes an index array. Actin 32, cool. I guess it can return an integer, though I'm not really sure why you would want to know that. But sure. So I will make a... Can I do index array duplicate? Cool. So I create a copy, and then I will sort it, and this sorts it in place. Yep. I will just call sort indexes, sorted. With something here, enable checks. Let's get from Tarkov Rust 2. Not anymore. Rust 2. Honestly, I thought Tarkov was like its own engine. Hollow Knight? Yeah. It'd be like, it would definitely be like 2D indie games, I think. I'll do to do. Check that face already exist. The thing is, I don't think there's a deterministic way to sort these indices. So whenever I check, I'd have to like check every possible ordering. There's 3 orderings. Well, there's one order that's clockwise, but the list could be in any order. So it could be ABC, it could be CAB, or it could be BCA. Those 3 would be valid. I guess what I could do is I could just sort it. I don't know, actually. I actually don't know how I could sort it so that they're always, any input of 3 vertices results in the exact same face ordering or index order. Yeah, not sure. Would require deterministic index sorting. Okay, so we just sort indexes, and then I would do add the sorted array. And I would have to make sure that none of these are greater than the value. Yeah. Or is greater than or equal to size. If index is less than 0 or greater than size, index for I in range 3. All right, let me do this. Skip from Tarkov is Unity. From a PUBG Unreal 4. I had no clue. I'll call this max index. In range size. Index is greater than max index. What's the problem? Oh. If index is less than 0 or index is greater than or equal to max index value blank, element I is invalid must be between 0 and max index. -1. Okay. Sort and add. And then I will say reload mesh is true if I set a vertex. Reload mesh is true. Clear data. Reload mesh is true. Yeah, I guess I'll just say if actually I only care if I have indices. If indexes, if we're not empty, then I do this. Okay. So it should be the current size divided by 3. Right. No, it'll be the size prior to adding it. So if there's already 3, this would be face ID 1, and then the length would be 6 at the end of it, so the next one would be 2. Okay. All right. Okay, so now that I have an array mesh that I can pull, Gizmos can place a vertex for each one of these. It can also grab, I guess I also need the triangle mesh. I have collision faces, hashed collision meshes, collision mesh. So I think what I do is I start with this is per region. No. Region is the active region. All right, let me say this. The region is going to store the mesh. It's also going to store the triangle mesh. No, because it should already be cached. So I should just like call get triangle mesh. Okay. Yep. No. Here's the problem with that. It needs to be scaled. Each one of those points has to be projected back to the terrain. Yeah. That is a mistake. So vertices are collections of 2 points each. Okay, so I have to reproduce this. So the indexes will still be correct, but the vertices need to be changed. So okay. Then I have the instance node so I can map it. size will be vertices size, and zero, well, I, this is the size. Vertex will be equal to instance node project global vector 2 versus I mapped vertices I I don't know. Mi will be equal to, I guess just this actually. I add 2. Mi add 1. Map vertices will be this, and then I do resize to size over 2. Okay. And this would be mapped. Cool. I gotta drop the window. It's shining on my screen now. Okay. Alright, that should be good. Indexes should be exactly the same. I just have to map them. Okay, cool. And then that would allow me to get a triangle mesh. So at this point, I can say I have a region. It has a mesh. So I'll just call region update mesh. May as well. Then I will get the mesh. It may have no surfaces, which would be a problem. So I guess I need to somehow detect that it actually has stuff. It's probably a mesh thing. Get surface count. If we have a surface, then I will be doing gizmo add mesh. And I think I know what this one will be. It'll be okay, I need a new material, I guess. But I am going to copy this one and basically just change the colors again. But how can I make it so the edges are drawn? Can I do that? What if stencil mode has like X-ray? No. There's got to be something where you can show the edges. Well, also I guess shading mode should be per vertex, right? Oh, unshaded actually. Yep. I'm gonna look it up, I guess. Yeah. Because I'm gonna get all the faces together as one big mesh, but I want all the edges to be a color. I want them to have lines between them. Shows edges. Highlights the edges. Material, render messages. I want this. How do I do that? Render mesh seams. You know what? I guess I can just look at how they do it and copy that. Right? They must do something very similar. Oh, no, I think they just add They just add lines on top of it. Hey, Danilin. I think they just add lines on top of it. I think that's exactly what they do. So I would have two surfaces. Yeah, let me... Material... Godot... Wireframe material. What? Vectors? varying. I think I just render lines. I don't think I need a shader. I think I'm just putting let me look this a bit more. There might just be something in here that turns this on. You know, if there is, they must be using it for the collision shape shaders. So let me look for that code. It should be... Yeah, it should be this. Collision shape 3D gizmo. Create collision material. Okay. So all the code is here. I think they do just wireframe it with something like that. Yeah, I don't see... What? Materials... Name. Instantiated? I is less than 2. So the first 2... Your turn wireframe. That's not what I want. I want the shader itself to show the edges. No matter what. Like, I think Bright Images might just show it. Like in a nav mesh. I mean, exactly like this. Right, this is a gizmo rendering this. I don't have wireframe turned on. This is just always shown. That's what I want. I want that to always be there. Okay, so don't do anything special with that. They're just straight up setting the color. And then they're setting some flags. Render priority. Get handle name, handle value. All of that. Redraw. Define push quarter X, Y, Y, Z. Okay. Debug fill enabled. Array mesh, get debug array mesh faces. Okay, so cast to sphere. If it's a sphere, I get the radius. And then I do Points, pointer right. Okay, yeah. Yep, add lines. Okay. Gizmo add lines. About Gizmo add mesh. The array mesh, which is just the actual thing itself, using the material. Okay. So yeah, that's what I thought. They were doing add lines. Though do they have anything like convex? Okay. Add lines. Convex whole computer, and it just passes in. Okay. Well, height map shape. I guess I technically have a height map shape. Not really, though. I think I just do lines with the line color. It might be a thing where the mesh can just give me this information. You like get lines, edges. But I don't want to duplicate an edge. You know, it probably doesn't matter. It probably straight up doesn't matter. Surface material, stencil color, so the surface will just have some color, and then all the edges will have okay, wait, actually if I have a triangle mesh, I can do that. So I can get the faces and just run through them, and for every face, just render that. That might be really slow, but maybe not. All right, I'll just do that. When it says generate triangle mesh, okay, I thought this would be cached. It's actually definitely not cached. So okay, do that. And then here, I would do this. And then I would say it's probably fine. It's probably fine. Okay. I don't like it, actually. I actually really don't like it, what I'm doing here. But I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm assuming it's not gonna be so bad. I'm hoping it's not gonna be so bad. This returns a copy. Yeah, that's what I don't like. It returns a copy. Let me save it again. Get this, time splitters. I played time splitters. Right, now I am happier about this. The fan remake. I'm skipping 3 points at a time. Cool fridge. Thanks. Screen space reflections. The wrong axis cube maps. I mean, it could look like it's intentional. I mean, it could. I don't think anyone would particularly look at that and think that's incorrect. They would just think, oh, it's a metallic surface, right? The fan remake. Did it need a fan remake? Did Time Splitters need a fan remake? I don't think it did. Yes. All right. So I'm just going to add lines. A set of 2 points. Okay. Add lines. Program mesh faces. I'm gonna need 1, 2, 3 lines, so I need 6 of these. I plus 1. I to I plus 2. And then I plus 1 to I plus 2. And then I need a material. This will be, I guess, surface material. And that's it. And then I'll add the lines. So I do all that. And then I say add mesh will be the region mesh and surface material. So this will be wireframe and then filling. Okay, so now I have a way to technically render these, but I don't have a way to actually add the triangles anymore. So that I have to do. So instance node, or is it plugin? Mode will be add triangle. So I will get the vertex, triangle vertices. So I do this, I add the triangle. I have the vertex that I want to add. So I say existing will be node active region get vertex ID of vertex if existing is not -1, then I do vertices append existing. Otherwise, I would do triangle vertices append edit node active region add vertex, and I will turn this off. Okay. And then I say I will hold off on updating the gizmo. So then I say if triangle vertices size is now at is greater than or equal to 3, just in case. I'll resize it to 3 so we trim off anything that's bad at the end. And then I do node active region add face. Triangle vertices should be packed in 32 array. Add face, triangle vertices, enable checks, false. And I'll keep track of a value here. Clear, update gizmo. So how do I highlight that these are selected? I'll just lower the reflection rate on the fridge. No one will notice. Maybe. If update gizmos. Okay, so in theory now this should be adding stuff, and I should see it. Cannot call get surface count in a null value. Well, I mean, I know that's true, so do that, and then reload scene, clear, add region, cannot call get faces on a null value, which is strange. Why would you do that? It's not possible to be null, so I'm not sure what that's about. Oh, I guess if it's I guess only if this happens. Otherwise, Triangle Mesh probably needs a method to clear it. Or I can just say new, I suppose. Or I could say, probably create from faces and then give it an empty thing. Let me go see if that's allowed. So if I were to do create from faces calls create. Create. Valid false. Fail condition surface indices size. What? True. Okay, so when that's true, it fails. Okay. Face size. Fail if it's 0. But how can I make it so it's just like empty? Can I just make it empty? Can I just make it empty? Can I just clear it? I guess what I have to do is I have to... Wait, is this a resource? If it's a resource, I could call reset. It's not. Okay. All right. Clear that. Okay. So now we're correct. Clear regions. I click add region. Nothing weird yet. So I'm creating a triangle. Click. 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 Whoa. Okay, so one of the vertices failed. Out of bounds 8. Eight? Eight. Yeah, I don't know what I did wrong there. What did I do wrong? Get vertex. Who's calling get vertex? Sort indexes. 8. Get vertex. What? So I was saying, can I call get faces on a null value again? I don't know how that's still wrong. It kind of worked, which is weird. It almost worked. Then it would have called add face. Then it called sort indexes, which gave the error. So index array must have been wrong. So when I add vertex, am I returning the correct thing? Oh, I am returning the wrong thing. Over 2. And I'll do this. Okay. But that should be... I should just be able to do this again. And I'll do it counterclockwise. Well, that worked, I think. And I do get the outline. The outline's not very large, but that's, I mean, that's fine. So in theory now I should be able to click here, here, and there. Sweet. I click here, here, and here. Awesome. So now the question is, how do I make it sit on top? I guess I can elevate it slightly? I don't know. I mean, it's... Alright, I need to make sure everything is saved before I do this. Everything is saved. Everything is saved. Could I actually make it a higher render priority? I think I can only make it a lower render priority. So if I come over here... Okay, so those... I'm looking over here. Yeah. So these lines are like the exact same way that they render it, but they're not visible through stuff. So I'm assuming what will happen is if I'm fast enough, I'm gonna click here, here. Okay, I didn't find it in time. I'm gonna reset. Okay, I'm not finding it. What did I call it? Terrain instance region. And it crashed. Okay. Well, I tried. I almost... Wait. No, that's definitely crashed. All right, see you in about 10, 15 seconds. All right, it's back. That pop-up in particular is like very... It's like you have about 5 seconds before it crashes Godot, and I have to restart at that point. And it also freezes my computer for a few seconds, like 10 seconds as well. Yes, frames missed due to rendering lag, frames skipped, 800 frames. So that was more than 10 seconds that I lost there. I'm gonna try it again. All right, it's correct. It's the value that it should be. So I'm going to hit save. I will try drawing it now. Hopefully it's going to show it through the terrain now. It didn't do it. Didn't do it. I thought it's supposed to show it. All right. Let me look at what they do for this. Collision shape. Their material probably has what this does, because I believe this makes it like visible through stuff. So it's probably set render priority min +1. Render priority min +1. So I'll copy that. See if that helps it. What? Set, no, render priority. Okay. Render priority equals render priority min +1. I'll copy that. And I'll try to verify it as well. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Collision. It crashed. I don't have time at all to click on that. Oh wait, maybe it's not crashing? I don't know what's going on. I haven't clicked anything, by the way. I was just hovering my mouse, so I don't know what's... Okay, I guess it's just doing something weird. See you in 10 seconds. All right. Yeah, it did. It's something dumb. One day it's just gonna fix. I really don't know what it could possibly be, but one day it's just gonna fix. All right, I am clicking it again because I know where it was. Okay. So that should have made it so that... I don't understand. I thought when they're like this, they render through things. Or through... like that. So see this bounding box renders through things. How do I do that? Maybe if I have the thing selected. That guy's just too far away. I can't see that. Zombie. I don't know. Right, I figured that that didn't work. Okay, no, I figured that it didn't work there, but maybe if I try it again. No, it still just doesn't show above it. All right. Disable depth test? That's written here, isn't it? It's not. Okay. Depth test equals default inverted? What? I think it's called disable. Okay, it's something depth test. Depth draw mode. I gotta look it up. It's something weird. I remember this. I remember doing this before. It's like some weird value that's like, it's not the same thing as like shows up in the editor. Was it a flag? Flag disabled depth test. There it is. Okay. It was something like really weird for some reason. Set flag. Now I gotta figure out which one of these is flag. It is set flag. Was I not just typing set flag? Are we... Set flag. What's wrong here? Why is it... Oh, it just doesn't... Okay. Well, now I'm... Ah. Flag disabled depth test. True? Very odd. In fact, I want that to be on everything. Really. So... make that everything. I want everything to have that. Not that one. Whoops. It's probably fine. Weird. Ah, okay. Never mind. Just do it here. So I believe render priority starts at 0. So I'll just do 1. And try that. Oh. I forgot. I also have to reload the scene when I do that. So it might have been working. All right. Did they say increase or decrease? Increase, maybe increase? I don't understand how this... Like that? The lines came in. I hit the wrong button. Alright, but I guess I should just be able to like, go straight for it now. Cool, awesome. So what if I click there and then... Okay. Now I'm gonna do a test. I'm gonna try to... Yeah. Okay, so that didn't wind correctly. That's bad. How did that not wind correctly? Indices 4, 2, 1. How did that wind wrong? Unless it works. Yep. But now apparently I have a problem where I'm not winding the vertices correctly. So it told me 4, 2, 1. 4 would be 4, 2, 1. Okay, let me investigate this, I guess. Is it possible the triangle mesh... Oh, you know what I bet it is? I bet the triangle mesh just doesn't give me properly wound vertices. So when I added it... No, that's not right at all. I'm rendering the full mesh and I'm using the faces to draw the lines. But I'm using the actual mesh for that. So the gizmo uses this. So this was just wrong. Alright. Okay, so this is just wrong. I should just be able to like look at this top down and like verify that that definitely was wrong. 4, 2, and 1. So I don't have a way to delete yet. So I guess I'm just going to place markers. I'm going to move these markers to where they would be. So this was at 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 8, 6, 4, 1, 5, 5. So we said this one. I mean, that already kind of looks correct because this... Well, I mean, I guess I'll find out. 4, 2, and 1. So 2, 0, 1, 2, 8, 6, 6, 1, 5, 7. Okay, yeah, that's wrong. That is incorrect. This should not have been the next vertice. Okay, so I happen to these two should fail every time like this. So if the marker's already in the right place, so I'm going to clear, add, and I think I added in this order. Click here, here, and here. Okay, so that didn't work. Okay, so that also didn't work. There we go. All right, all right. So if I draw it in this order, perfectly counterclockwise, it fails. Okay. All right, let me add the printing back and see what path it's taking here. And where the mistake is, because one of these is wrong. That means one of these is returning the wrong thing. Okay, so how does it decide to do this? I didn't hit save. Hit save. Alright, so it gave me DET is less than 0, and it decided to sort B before A. So it decided to sort this one before this one, which is definitely incorrect. This one should never precede this one, because if I go this one and then this one in this with this third point here, this is guaranteed to be incorrect. And then it also said C was less than A. So then it also said 1, 2, and 4. Right. So if I'm checking that these are 1. So if it was 1, 2, and 0, sorry, 1, 2, and 0, it'd be this one, and then this one, which is like perfectly counterclockwise. All right, let me make sure that these are. This one will be the 0, 1, 5, 1, 5, 9. This is going to be the 1. So the 0, 8, 6, 5, 1, 5, 9. The 1, 8, 6, 4, 1, 5, 5. The 2, 8, 6, 6, 1, 5, 7. Okay, so the first thing it did was it said B comes before A. B comes before A. All right, so that one's actually correct. Not really, actually. I'm not sure. Maybe that one's not true. It switched on DET less than 0. Which I think I remember how this worked. This means that given a center point and those 2 points, the cross product of those vectors points away from me. Given a center point, this vector, and this vector. B less than A. Whoops. B less than A. And then it sorted. Oh, it sorted B less than A for this. And it came from this cross product being negative. Which is weird, because that doesn't seem right. I feel like that's not correct. Okay, let me look this up. Sure. All right. So vector 1 is going to be given a center point. Maybe I should print out the center point. I should probably print out the center point. Yeah, I think I'll print out the center point. Or it would be O. Yeah. Just do that. Okay. I'll draw it again. Clear. It was... Okay, this marker needs to be come out of the ground a little bit. Did that work? Yes. Alright, so... Origin. -8, 6... That's not correct. That's not the right center point. That's just immediately wrong. Wait, is that wrong? Hang on. 865157. Maybe that's not wrong. I thought I might have had integer, some bad integer division, but that's not. It's correct. I make it a vector 2 and divide by 3.0. I guess so, right? This is like 2 meters away. That's 2 meters away. And then 1 and 1. Yeah, I guess that's right. I mean, technically I'd want like the area center, which I feel like would be more over here. Right? But I guess this is right. Okay. So this vector, this would just go down 2. So this would be a vector 0, 0, negative 2. Or I guess this would be 0, 0, positive 2. Is A. Right? 0, 0, 2. And the other one would be -1 and -2. Yeah, this is positive. So now I'm extra confused. It's saying that that's negative, which is not right. This should be giving me a positive value. Am I passing an O correctly? Yeah. Okay, so I guess I just do the math and see what the issue is. So ACY is AY minus CY, which is the z-axis. So this is A, this is B. Right, so, and then the AY minus CY is 2. So 0, 2. So ACY is 2. Yeah, I get it. This is just going to be difficult to figure out. All right, so ACX. So the difference between the x coordinate is 0. So 0 times, and actually, like, literally whatever it is, it's going to be 0. All right, so I immediately see it then. Okay. So how is that incorrect? It should not have ordered it that way. Because given a vector pointing here and a vector pointing there, the cross product should have been positive. Well, I guess in this case the result is 2, right? Do I have that open still? Okay. Sort 2D vertices clockwise. So what do I have wrong here? If it's less than 0, true. I might have flipped it around. Less than 0, true. Greater than 0, false. Okay. So do I have this the wrong way around? Because I'm returning true if they should be flipped, right? AX minus center x times BY minus center y. AX minus center x times BY minus center y. Minus BX. Wait, yeah. BX minus center x times AY minus center y. Are these in the wrong order again? I think I have them flipped. I think I'm supposed to have these flipped. So less returns true when A is less than B. So when this is true, I want to swap them. When it's false, I don't want to swap them. So if AX is greater than or equal to 0 and BX is less than 0, AX greater than or equal to 0 and BX less than 0, return true. This is so weird. D2 less than D1. Alright. Which is the same thing. D2 is less than D1. True, false. X is less than 0. BX is greater than or equal to 0, false. A, B, BY. Okay, I'm going to keep the less than thing. And I believe they say construct a less than relation to compare points and determine the order So if they're less... Also, when it says less, true. This essentially means that A is on this side and B is on this side of the center. Which means if that's true, I return true. This is just weirdly written. They should be swapped in that case. Right? I want... Oh, no, no. This is that A is less than B, which means I don't want to swap them. Alright. Let me strictly copy this code, and I'm just going to change how I'm reading it, because I've done it wrong. I have it a little out of whack. Okay? I'm going to keep this stuff. D1, that's multiply the center differences x, or square the center x, square the center y. Right? If it's less than 0, return true. If it's greater than 0, return false. That's correct. This one up here, if AY minus CY is greater than or equal to 0, or BY minus CY is greater than or equal to 0, return AY greater than BY. Okay. So this returns false if they should not be swapped. Otherwise, return BY greater than AY. Okay. Wait, right? B is over here, A is over there. Okay. Okay, I get it. So, because of how these future functions work, this is... I don't swap them if A is to the... A is over here and B is over here. I don't swap them. I don't know why I don't swap them, but I don't swap them. So this is the positive x-axis. I don't know. This is difficult stuff for me, so I will say if not, then I need to swap them. So then what I'll do is I'll actually invert every result. Okay. Returns true if A is less than B. False if A is greater than or equal to B. If A should come after B, okay? So I'll just write a bunch of nots. And keep. So hopefully it gets sorted correctly now. Because these are always... These are the correct way around. This is the correct way around. Alright. I placed it like this and it failed. It still failed. Why? Why does it fail? True return false. D1 is greater than... I don't understand. I don't understand. Why does it not work for me? You know what? I'm literally gonna say forget it. I'm gonna do polar coordinates. I'm gonna do polar coordinates. I'm not sorting a lot. I'm sorting one time the first time I place it, and I need a determinist. Jeez, chill out. I need a deterministic way to I need a deterministic way to get the same ordering of any three vertices all the time. And I think polar coordinates are going to be it, because I sort it by this, by that. So the first thing I think I do is I will order them in increasing X and Y components. So I think I'd start with that. Jeez. Dog is freaking out. Alright, scratching all of that. Okay. The first thing I'm gonna do, first sort the indexes in ascending order. So the next sorts are... So the next comparisons... Just, okay, first just sort the index and sort them. Sort the indexes. I can't English right now. Then convert each vector to an angle. Note, this is slow for many vectors, but acceptable since this is done only one time per face. Why did I need it to be deterministic? So I could check if any face exists, because then I can sort the vertices and then compare exactly in that order to every single face. Because any two vertices, any set of three vertices will have the same index ordering for faces all the time. Assuming the, the vertex array, right, is unchanged. Actually, maybe that's wrong. Maybe I should sort it by... First, sort the indexes... Sort the indexes by increasing XZ components. Okay. So if AX is greater than BX, it should go after. So I will swap it. If they are the same, Okay. So if this one's greater, I'm swapping it. So array T will be array 0, and then I store into array 0, array 1, and array 1 becomes T. Okay. So then I check if AX is also greater than CX. If that's not true, wait, do I need two comparisons? If AX is greater than BX, right, I think I can do this. Sorted will just be an array of int, and I will copy this one. Sort custom. So I can't remember exactly how to do this. But it should take like A as an integer, B as an integer, and it returns a boolean. Return true if the first element should be moved before the second one. Right, okay. So if let IA and IB. All right, well, you know, I know what I'm accessing here, so I can just say if vertices IA is less than vertices IB. If it's less than, return true. Okay. Right? Also, it should actually be multiply these by 2. Okay. Vertices IA. Is greater than vertices IB. Return false. They should not be swapped. Otherwise, now they're the same value at this point. It's So then I can say if vertices IA plus 1 let me do I and K instead. There's just too many things going on here. So the same vertices. So if two vertices exist, I guess what I can do to check for existing faces is instead of checking for the indexes, I get the value of those vertices, and then I mean, okay, you can't specify the same index twice, so it's guaranteed that the indexes at the very least will be all unique numbers that can be ordered perfectly without any collisions. Vertices, not necessarily. Two faces could compare to have the same vertices. Actually, no, two indexes can't point to two different vertices that are the same. That's not possible. Okay, so I'll say if this fails, then I know for a fact I have a duplicate vertice that appears twice, and that's not possible. Otherwise, this is an error. Detected duplicate vertices, or comparing index to itself. And I'll just print these both out. And I don't know, I'll just return false. Okay. So I sort these. So if the X component is less, it should be first. If the X component is greater, this should be after. If the Y component is less, which means the X's were the same, it should be first. If the Y component was greater, it should be last. And then it says detected duplicate vertices, or comparing index to itself. Okay. And then I convert each vector to an angle. This is slow for many vectors, but acceptable since this is done only one time per face. And once when checking for duplicate faces. Then once I'm when adding, and once when checking for duplicates. Okay. Flashbang. Wow, that's bright. Atan to YX. Okay. And then I just compare the angles. Sorry. Atan 2, or I guess it would be it's tan inverse, right? No. A10. Okay, I need to look it up. Well, Godot gives it to me. Godot definitely has this function with a y and an x. Returns the arctangent of y over x in radians. You just get the angle. To compute the value, the method takes into account the sign of both arguments in order to determine the quadrant. Yeah. So that's a big part of it. You get a sign based on the quadrant. So sorry. The y coordinate comes first. So -1 is so +1 should give 0. So what about -x? I mean -y. I think Python gives this, right? I'm going to assume it's going to give me the exact same stuff. So I'll just verify that this gives me pi. Cool. Okay. So I want to know what happens with this. Okay. So if it's that way, it's a negative angle. And if it's this way, it's a positive angle. All right. And I guess this should be 0. And -1. Okay. And if this is like any... Let me just say -0. Okay, it didn't give me anything. If this is anything at all... Yeah, there it is. Okay. I'm surprised it actually got that. That's like... I don't even think Python could represent that number. That's really small value. Okay. So if it's any down at all, it should be the last element. If it's above, it should be the first element. And then we go decreasing order of the positives and then increasing order of the negatives. That's my idea. Okay. A tan2 of a dot y, a dot x. Oh, and these are based on the center point, actually. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a that b minus that. Okay. All right, there we go. That's good. So we sort the positives in descending order and the negatives in ascending order. So I'm gonna do this. Sort positive in descending, negative ascending, positive before negative. All right. Oh, and then I got this again here. Okay, so after this, sort indexes by increasing, and then I do get vectors, those relative to a center point. It shouldn't be possible for them to be on the center point unless unless they're all the same. Let me just see what happens if I pass 0, 0. What does math do? Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Oh, I could actually do a special thing. So I could add pi and then sort it descending. That actually does work. Actually, I could... sort by angle normally. Marriage vector to an angle, but inverted. So they sort in reverse. So I can add math, add pi, and I will do just the inverse of this. No, the inverse would be pi minus this, or it'd actually be tau minus this. Yeah. So 180, which should be the first index to be added in the list, would be pi plus pi, so tau, and then tau minus that is 0, so it becomes the lowest number, 0. Let's say that c is slightly beneath that, so it's negative pi. So it'd be negative pi plus pi, which would be 0, very close to 0. I was gonna say, or even slightly negative? No, because it can't be greater than pi. So it'd be a number very slightly below pi plus pi, so it'd be very slightly positive. Very near to 0, but very slightly positive. And this would be the larger value. Okay. So I'm gonna do another sort. Do I even have to sort the indices like this? Wait. No, wait, I've actually got it. This is the wrong way to do it. This is the wrong way to do it. I'll just sort by the angle. But then once I have it in that order, I check to see if I need to like rotate it. So I would find the smallest value, the smallest index, and I put that one first. And then I put the other two indexes in the correct order after that one. Okay, I'll just do this. Sort by angle. I'll just write it out manually. How can I make it so I can sort this and like get the value back? Okay, let me do this. Here's my idea. Okay. So then I'll do sorted. I'll do this again. Sort custom. So I check which index it is, and then I get the angle from that. So if A is equal to IA, okay. I will initialize these to -1, so I can compare it to that and see if I failed to match any of them. You know what, I wouldn't even do that. I'm just going to assume that it's guaranteed to work. So FA will be angle A. A is equal to angle B. And I guess I can nest these. Or I shouldn't. I should just... Actually, I don't even need to store that one, I guess. So I'll just call it F. So if B is equal to IA, I return if FA is, or I guess F is less than angle A. That should be an else. Return if F is less than angle B, and this should be B. Okay. Maybe need that olive there. If B is the index of A, return if the angle of A is less than the angle of A. If it's B, I return if the angle of B is less than, or the angle of A is less than the angle of B. Otherwise, I return if the angle of A is less than the angle of C. Okay. Sort by angle normally, so the index is in the right order. So then I will place lowest index first, followed by the remaining indexes. So then I find the position of the lowest index. Give me a second to close the window. Okay. So then we'll change the index of the, or find the position of the lowest index. index and lowest. I think it's like vector 2i max x. Weird way to do it, but sure. Well, index is less than 3. And then I say if array index is less than lowest, then I. We'll just start at A. If that's lower than lowest, then best equals I, and no. Lowest is that, and best is what? Best is 0. Best is I. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Place the lowest index first, followed by the remaining indexes. I is less than 3. If that value is best as I. Okay. So then I start at I. So I'll do duplicate it, and then set I back to 0, and then I say while I is less than 3, and we'll do array I is equal to old best. I add 1. Best will be best plus 1, 3. Okay. So every single time, the lowest index should be first. For every set of 3, I should see the lowest one and then whatever's after that. Sorted in order by the one furthest over here, followed by the one at the end. There, like that. So it should always come in clockwise. I'll leave a note. Step is to make the resulting set of indexes for any input of the same, for any ordering of the same 3 vertices. Okay. I'll leave this printout. Introduce a brightness of that. All right. Clear, add, clear, click, click, click. So I ordered it wrong. Why? I don't know why. What did I do wrong? I guess you can print out the angles. Angles, new line, A. Oh, I'm not duplicating. That would probably be what? Probably be why. Because I did it wrong. A. Angle A, B. Angle B. Angle C. So I was going to print it here. Okay. Clear regions, add region, click, click, click. Formatting error. C -1 got 0? No, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's like exactly in the center. It should be last. So why did I get put first? That's funny. First sort, %s. Okay, so I just messed up? I don't know. Converted during string formatting. Through like toString. Seriously? That's really odd. First sort 201. Okay, so it did sort it increasing, so it did this one, this one, this one. All right, so it's almost correct. I just have the wrong math here. So if it's going to sort it by increasing a value, it's going to sort by increasing value? Maybe it would help if I looked at it from, like, with Z. Whatever, it actually doesn't matter. Actually, it kind of does matter. It would help if I looked at it like this. Okay. So essentially, I'm ordering it so that oh no, I'm ordering it like this. This is how I'm ordering it. Okay. This is how I'm ordering it, right? Whoops. So I'm ordering it from this direction, which means if we're doing A, this is A, this is B, this was, no. A is 0 and 2, 0, 2. B is 1 and negative 2, 1, negative 2. C is negative 1. Right. So it would have ordered A or 0, 2. Yeah. A, B, C. It should have ordered A, B, C. So it should be 0, 1, 2 from this direction. Which is correct. But it didn't do the index sort correctly. It should have found 0 and put 0 first. So that's a mistake. The index sort definitely didn't work. Oh, because I'm looking through this one again. Gosh, I'm so stupid. Old. Okay, look back from the top. All right. Okay, so I got it right. I got 0, 1, 2. But also at the same time, the Z index, the Z value does have to be flipped. So when I'm doing this, I'm supposed to be doing negative Y. So when I look at it from above, it looks like this. It'll be in the correct order, right? Clear, add. Okay, so we got A. 0, 2, right? 0, 2. Which those are... Yeah, okay. Let me just invert it like this, I guess. Invert Z. Maybe this is why it looked weird. Why it was working for some of them, for some of the shapes and not others. Alright, so A, negative 2, B, 1 and 2, C, negative 1. So if I was ordering this, it would be B, A, C. So 1, 0, 2. Wait, right? Hang on. A, B, C. So it'd actually be, yeah, 0. or sorry, 1, 0, 2. 1, 0, 2, 1, 0, 2. Right, okay, so this is correct. The first order was 1, 0, and then 2. I'm just reading in that order. Because there's 3 correct orderings of this, but then I prefer the order where the lowest index is first. So 2, 1, 0, 1, 0, 2 are the same as, will all converge to 0, 2, 1. Okay. So now there should be no way I can mess this up. There should just be no way I could ever possibly click any 3 vertices and get something weird. It could always come in correctly. Now I'm going to make a triangle out of 3 things without adding a single one. Bam. Added no vertices. Cool. And then if I were to select and drag into these. Okay, cool. Glad to see that. And I'm glad to see that those also become upside down. Those don't become upside down though. All right. Awesome. Very nice. Very cool. Okay. So now I've got that working. Cool. Oh, and then here's something I wanted to test. So if I click here, here, and then here, nice. All right. So now I've technically made a hole. So I make a hole like this. I will need a way to delete vertices. I guess like a point, like I click a vertex and delete it, and it'll just delete all the faces attached to that vertex. So I could like manually retriangulate something if I really wanted to. Awesome. Okay. And yeah, I need to disallow myself from doing something like this. I can't do that. So how could I do this? How would I know that I've flipped the face? I guess a face could only flip onto one of its neighbors. A vertex shared by... A face shared by any of the vertices. Any of the vertices that I'm not moving. I'm gonna guess this one. Which is really... I'm not actually entirely sure how I would do that. But there must be some way to do that. Okay. So I could probably hold like control and then I can click inside of one of these, or I can click, well, it'd probably be like the select tool. So I might hold like control and then click to delete something. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Holding control and clicking is like weird. don't know how I did that. How do I do that? Okay, I don't know. Whatever. All right. Well, this was a day, I guess. I don't like my progress. I'm definitely not going as fast as I really want to be going. This is already nice, though. Pretty much from here. I mean, that was kind of the hardest part, actually. Was getting... Not quite. This was a hard part, for sure. Getting this to work. Likely the harder part is definitely going to be from these faces. Getting the wireframe of the terrain underneath it. So how would I handle holes? I guess I don't really know how I would handle holes. I actually do have a triangle mesh, so I could do like intersect ray. So I could intersect the ray. Nah, triangle mesh doesn't really work there because, yeah, that would be, I think, probably dumb to do that. There's definitely better math that I can do on my side. Essentially, what I've done now is I have I can draw a triangle mesh on the ground. And make it look good and correct and create holes and things like that. I can't create holes very well yet because I need to have like the ability to like probably two different tools here. One that I click to delete a vertex and one that I click to delete a triangle. So for the triangle one, I'm not exactly sure how I could do that. I guess for that I could just click three vertices. No. I'd really like to be able to click. It can pull a face. That face... I have to intersect... Actually, this is probably exactly what I would do it. I would intersect with the triangle mesh. The triangle mesh should give me the same face order, ideally. It should, I think. I'll find out. I draw like a bunch of faces and like hover over it and see if I click and it deletes the triangle that I'm actually pointing at. But my assumption there is I would if I go to gizmos, I can see it. Triangle mesh faces, which I mean, I guess I could print these maybe and see if they match. I really don't know. I actually really don't know. Because I'm not sure if it reorders the faces. It probably does. Because I think when I do intersect array, the index of the intersected triangle. So I can get that. The BVH tree. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I'll have to figure that out. Anyway, I'm going to send this, and that'll be it for today. I'll have to find some way. Well, I mean, if I intersect with that, I can get the face index. I can find the vertices. I can get the indexes, sort an index face, and then find that face. I guess I could do find face, and it would just have the... I would give it a packed vector 3 array. So it'd just be the array of 3 points. It would transform that into its vertex space. And then from there, get the indices, create a sorted index face, and then try to match that on every set of faces. And when I find it, I return the ID there. So it's only once I click, it has to generate a fake face from that one to find it. And then that find will be super fast because we're just checking a clump of 3 indexes at a time. We're not like checking for weird orderings of them. There's only one ordering that's possible for any given face. Okay, that'll be it. That's how I'll do it. Yeah, I do have to wrap it up today though. All seems good. Everything is working correctly. I don't think there's going to be any crazy thing that I did with the code. I completely changed the sorting. Or the face construction or whatever. Again, all of that's just region stuff. So it's not stuff I'm submitting. Alright. Add finish triangle adding mesh or gizmo regions. Gizmo region meshes. Okay, so triangle add tool. Yeah, I would say this is completed. Kind of completed. I'll have to do checks to make sure that vertices don't exist within faces. If I'm adding vertice, it can't exist within another face. I would just reject selecting that. So add tool completed. Still lacks face detection. And adding triangles. Mesh is rendered. Sits above the terrain. Engineers will make videos like this. Is what a 10K gaming computer 2025 was like, and it's just a normal PC. What? I don't know what that means. I'm not understanding that one. And made face index sorting deterministic and fixed bug with related to negative z being north, i.e. top of a clock. Because it affected, that's probably why everything was weird. You know, I worked most of the time, but not all times, because I was doing it originally where I was ordering it counterclockwise, but because negative z was north, it was actually correct, but not all the time, because sometimes it would do a more complicated test that would... I don't know, that function is weird. Every time I look at that function, I'm like, you can't know that every point on this side of the center should come before the point on this side of the center. Like, that's not correct. That's what the algorithm was saying. If you have point A, or if you have point B, no, point A to the left of center and point B to the right of center, then point A should stay where it is. But that's not correct. Because what if point A is negative on the Y component? Then it should be after B. So you should swap them. I don't understand that algorithm. I don't know how that algorithm works. I don't know how it has 200 likes. I don't know how no one comments on that saying, what? Like, literally the first line just doesn't make sense. That can't be true. I don't know. I don't understand it. RAM prices. I don't. I'm gonna stop trying to get it because I'm not gonna get it. All right. Okay, that's it for today. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm on, what is this, day 7? So I've got 5 days is kind of a lot, but my target here, also a tan of 2 that's thanks. My target here says days. My days estimation means anything less than 12 days. So day 12, I have to be done. I'll hit you with a brick. Nope. So that's what my day's estimation means. But I'm hitting that. I'm going to be hitting 12 days pretty quickly. So what do I have? Day 8, 9, 10, 11. So I really have 4 days. And then on the 5th day, I have to literally, that's got to be the final day. I literally have to wrap up whatever I have. And if it's not enough to use, then I have to say, scrap it and just manually place every tree, I guess. Which I would hate to do that. I would literally just totally hate doing that. But if on day 12, I'm not able to just start using my tool and getting final results, then I have to manually paint every tree and all the foliage on day 12. That's what I have to do. Which I have to keep in mind, this includes collisions. I have to also factor in the fact that I need these extra collision stuff. So I'm getting really close. I'm getting really close. I am definitely steadily making progress. I'm making real progress that I can see, right? I can, you know, I can do this, right? This is real progress, right? It's very slow. I feel like yesterday I added draggable vertices, and today I just made it so I could draw a triangle. I don't know what's going on. Something. Maybe I just suck. Maybe I'm just really not good at this. And that's why it's taking me so long to get add any individual feature at all. Feature. Add a necessary part of the whole feature, which is drawing some triangles. Okay. The harder part is definitely going to be getting the terrain patches from this mesh, and then maybe I should just start with that. No, I have to be able to edit this still. I'm still in the making this tool even useful. I need to be able to select regions. I need to be able to add more regions. I have to get rid of the clear region button because that would just be devastating to click that by accident. I would need the add regions, so I have a list, I don't know, somehow that I can select a region. Or I guess the region would just always be highlighted, maybe grayed out or something, and I hover it and it will light up. So I would click add region and it would put me on a new empty region, and I can click and start adding triangles. And then each region would basically be, I'd be able to set a list of mesh IDs, mesh asset IDs, their density, and a minimum radius around, and it would place them. Oh, man, I might not be able to do this in days. I don't think that I can make this a weeks thing. Or maybe I just underestimated it. Because I still have the need that I would click a populate button to populate the currently selected region, and it would place all the instances. And then I would be able to click an instance. I say, all right, I don't want that instance there. I can literally click it, and then I can drag it around somewhere else. It will still be part of the region, so I could literally click it and drag it out of the region if I really wanted to. I could delete it. I could say, all right, I like what you did, but I want another tree right here because I just want it there. I'd be able to do that. So that's that's gonna be extra too. That I would have to be able to complete that in a day or two. If I have 4 days, and that's gonna take a day or two, and deleting triangles and even having multiple regions will be another 2 days. That's all of my day. That's the whole time just setting up the tool. I guess I just gotta work more hours. Alright, well, that's gonna be it for today. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.